Good evening everybody and welcome to Dragon Boy Phuket. Tonight we are back with our power wash simulator. We jump back in, carry on. We've got the treehouse to clean. There's a lot to do. Let's get started. Hope you're all well. 3 ponies. Hey, that was quickly in, mate. How are you doing? I figured we all had enough of me trying to work on signalium pipes and God knows what else last night. A headache, I have to tell you. And I'm sure it was way worse for everybody else watching me. God, that's loud. Hey, that's playing through my TV. Let me just check that setting. Blah, blah, blah. And sound. That down a bit, shall we? Volume down, tone down. Ambience we can leave up a little bit. So turn down, and music we can turn on. Okay. Back into. Sorry about that. It's pretty loud. So how has your day been? Hopefully you've been well. Easier, I would. My other TV. That's better. Did you actually get some sleep today? You laid down for a nap yesterday afternoon, slept for 11 hours, woke up to some upset cats because they missed their feeding. Oh dear. That's not good, mate. Have they forgiven you yet? Because I know mine doesn't. Not for a while. The late night for me last night. About 3 o'clock in the morning I think I finally went to bed. And then I still dreamed about Minecraft and pipes and trying to get things linking into each other. It's just like a spaghetti bolognese dream, basically. Bedman, this act out on the bed. It's still there. But at least they've forgiven you slightly. Yeah, you had a long day. You had a very long day. How are you feeling? You feeling better? Sinus is recovering, hopefully. I'm hoping we don't have to use all of the scaffolding, because I really hate using the scaffolding. But I've got a feeling we're going to need to. But yeah, I was a little bit scared to jump onto Minecraft today. I knew I'd just get sucked into trying to figure out the spaghetti junction machine or rip the whole lot out and start again, which I think might be the smarter move. I think I need some more height in that area. think if I drop it down 2 and then maybe even try and separate out the 2 machine areas a little bit, that might help. Sinuses stop bleeding. Well, that's always a good thing, mate. You know, because they shouldn't do that. No, we had that talk, remember? Not the one about facts and tact and stuff like that, but the other one about health. I'm surprised we had so many people watching us last night. It was honestly very painful. I looked back at it and I was just like, yeah, wow, that is it's not good. But yeah, those machines can be very, very frustrating, I have to say. Painful for me, but fun for you lot. You have a very strange sense of fun. I felt like we got part way there. Some of it was working. Not all of it, but some of it. Oh, the beams are going to be a nightmare, aren't they? Yeah. And I forgot we hadn't done the sides out here. Scaffolding's going to be a thing. I've got a really horrible feeling. I'm just going to have to succumb to the scaffolding. All there is to it. It's been a while since we played this one, so it's quite nice to get back into it again. Yeah, the tab button highlights it. Yeah, on my setup, the tab button highlights all the dirt, which is nice. And now we've got the more powerful sprayer. Hey, Hound Rebel, how are you doing? I hope you're well, mate.
That's kind of crap.
Been a while. How's things? This highlights the selected surface, not the dirt. Oh, see, if I do that, it's just dirt, look. See? If I look over here, that's dirt underside, but that's dirt. Might be a key thing, because escape for me is the tablet. Could be a keybind thing. Hey, Abok, how are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, wrong key again. Hound, you just woke up? How was your weekend? And week, because we're what, Wednesday already? But this week's flying past. Last night you got your platinum trophy for Skyrim. Nice, dude. Because last time we were chatting, you were working through all of the trophies for Cyberpunk. And you got all the trophies for that. But Platinum's pretty impressive on Skyrim as well. That's a very early start to cheekiness, 3 ponies. Last night, Hound, I was trying to automate. Machines in Minecraft, and it was giving me a brain enema. Basically, it was horrible. Don't like it. I don't like machines. I've decided I'm just gonna have a farm in Modpack. Everyone else can just go exploring. Not gonna do any machines in the next pack that we play on the server. In fact, there's gonna be no technology whatsoever. So there's a new DLC for Cyberpunk, but you don't think you'll be playing it? Scaffolding's rubbish. Move this one out the way and use the other one. Over there. This one, because it's taller. Okay. Automated farming. Well, I mean, I could just put a water block at the top of the hill and then just farm on a hill and just send that one water block all the way down. So it just knocks all the seed off. And then I can go down at the bottom and it will be in a chest. And then I can go around and pick up the pieces from the chest and then replant it all. That's my idea of automation. Or I just get some bone meal and just stand there for ages just spamming bone meal on one block. I don't like those phyto things, I've decided. And I think I know what the problem was last night. I think that it was going into the crafter because that was storage. So if I have the storage thing above the crafter, it will go into that first, and then I could probably pull from that. See, that's my idea, Alki. I like APOC. I like that idea. Let's get Alki to do all of the automation. I think that sounds way better. Although last night Alki did mention something about Endorian pipes or something, so I'm guessing that they will take fluid and items at the same time. Endorian? Andorian? I don't know, Andorian's a planet, isn't it? Not in real life, but I'm watching way too much sci-fi lately. So yeah, I thought we'd do a little bit of the old Powerwasher and try and get our brains back from being smushed. Oh, we are going to need... Do I not have a smaller piece of scaffolding? Pick them down. Yeah, maybe. She said Endorian. I think it was. Button again. So yeah, maybe the... I'm guessing the green Ender liquid. Basically, what I'm thinking. And that might let you do the... they're not. What about those big giant hamster tubes that you use, 3 ponies? Hey, there's only... I realise there's only so many Signalium tubes you can put out in a pack without doing anything else. Power only. See, that's a shame. They're very big, so you'd think they'd be able to do everything for you. Yeah, I think unfortunately the solution is going to be ripping the machines apart and moving them. But if I'm going to do that, I might as well pick up my entire storage system first and locate that in that back room. And then everything can kind of pull from the storage. If that makes sense. I don't know if we can do that. Yeah, it's about 3 o'clock in the morning when I went to bed finally last night. I was still trying to rack my brain around ideas. I turned the game off almost immediately after the stream. Not in any way, shape or form angrily. Yeah, it does. I mean, enjoy is probably not the right word, but I felt like I learned a little bit more about the machines last night, kind of. And it's, although it is painful for me to learn them. Dream 2021, welcome in. I hope you are well. And congrats on redeeming the first. Yeah, I mean, I know I've got a lot to learn with the old machines, unfortunately. But I do feel like I made progress. It might not have felt like it to a lot of people, but I feel like I made some progress last night. I am good, thank you. We change of scene tonight from our Uncle Genny's pack in Minecraft. We are doing, as you can see, a little bit of power washing, and it's a nice one because I can just sit and chat. I don't need to be thinking about too much, and you can sit and chat and set the world to rights, chat about whatever you want to chat about within the terms of service of Twitch, of course. Oh yeah, welcome in. Welcome back in. You were in the other night, weren't you? Okay. Remembering the keys because it's been a while since we played this. I think I missed the last Wednesday. I've been notified that I should get my booster jab. But I'm gonna hold off a little bit because if I do get any side effects, because I know some people with the booster have been having a little bit of effects. I don't want to miss the birthday stream. Turn that around. You made an L with the power washer jet. You know, I've made a couple of smiley faces, but that's about it at the moment. Haven't really done anything else. But I tell you what, it's definitely worth saving up and getting this this top one. Makes things a lot easier. Fun game though. It's I do find it very addictive because I do like things nice and neat and tidy, and the amount of times where I've already gone over the 4 hours, I'm like, oh, we'll just do this last bit. We'll just play a little bit longer and just try and tidy this last bit up, and then it's like, oh, well, that's only a little car, so that won't take us too long, and we can be ready for the next stage. There's a lot of that type thing going on. Very addictive game. Make an L with my power washer. I can do that. Find a dirty bit for you. Need to probably go up onto a deck then, because I've cleaned all down here. Yeah, the well, you should be getting pretzel music, hopefully. Are you not getting any of the pretzel sound? Because you should be getting that. Normally I have, yeah, I thought so. There you go, there's your L. Yeah, you should be getting the pretzel sound. I generally turn it down a bit, but I can turn down the water sound as well if you want. I like the pretzel sound as background. Ah, okay. Well, normally, because A, it's a little bit later at night here for me, and it's generally early in the morning for everybody else. We have the relaxing music, but I can change it up. There's got the chilled out bass. There's a new one on Pretzel that I haven't heard, the chilled out EDM. And there's a few other ones, but we normally keep things fairly chilled. Focus on the chatting. If there's anything you'd like to chat about, do let us know. But if the water sound is a bit too loud, then I can turn that down as well. That's not a problem. It is very relaxing music today. I have it on the Pretzel Chill stream at the moment, or lo-fi. No, you're good. No such thing as a freak when it comes to music. Everybody's got their own tastes. I like anything from classical through to EDM to hardcore trance. The only thing really I'm not too keen on is, I would say, country and western, but pretty much anything else I'll have a listen to. Yeah, see, heavy metal I'm not a big fan of, but I do appreciate some of it. I'm probably more old school heavy metal, although I do like the thrash stuff, which is a bit bizarre because I know that's really hardcore for a lot of people. And I like the throat singing. There's one band that I think they're a Mongolian band. They do this weird Mongolian throat singing. I quite like. And there was a German band that I saw that are really pretty hardcore, and I saw them years ago live. They would just happen to be playing in a town near where I was in Austria. They're called, I don't know. They're really hardcore thrash metal. The Germans love them. But I went to see them. They had a stage in the middle of a lake that started sinking during the show. They had to cancel the show early. Quite entertaining. Yeah, hip hop's a bit a bit naff, to be honest. Like I say, pretty much anything really. As long as it's got a decent beat to it. I mean, let's face it, the lyrics in hip hop generally aren't. Well, generally in most music, to be fair. I mean, looking back at the 60s and the 70s, some of the lyrics from those songs are not ideal. Not really educational. It's not what music's about, is it? Music's about feelings and love. Yeah, no, Run DMC were pretty good. Are they still going? 'Cause I remember them from back in the 80s. Wow. They've got to be like, they've got to be as old as my parents. Surely. I mean, because they were not as much, but they're still around. Still rocking it out in their wheelchairs. Big Six Sputnik was a random weird band that I actually quite liked. A mate of mine was into them. And Iron Maiden. But I did like the old classics of Queen, Meatloaf, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet was a good album. But these are all 80s. I don't buy much music, to be honest. I like listening to it, but I don't buy much. Kiss did their final tour a year or so ago. I'm not surprised they're still around. I mean, he was looking pretty rough like 10 years ago. Another final tour. Green, what music do you like then? Always nice to get new ideas on music as well. That's how I found Nick Cave and the Murder Ballads, which was not Nicolas Cage because he's an actor. That was a combination they did with Kylie Minogue, which was actually very good. Again, very old music. Now when I'm thinking about it, quite a few years ago. The 51st final tour. The centenary final tours. Yeah. Pretty good. I'm sure there's a way of speed washing this, as the kids say. I'm sure Gene's pretty high maintenance, to be honest. Out of the two, I'm not sure who would be more high maintenance. Did I tell you about the time I went to a skin doctor with the girlfriend? She was looking at some beauty products, and I went with the girlfriend over here, and the guy looked like he had a face made of plastic bottles. Like there was all the expression of a football, you know. It was literally like, I don't know, you could have tapped on his face with your knuckles and it would have made a plastic bottle sound. That's how much Botox was in there. And he was looking at me and he's staring at me. I'm like, dude, what, you know? And he's like, oh, I'm just thinking, you know, because your eyes are quite wrinkly. And I'm like, well, I prefer to look at them as smile lines, you know. It's like experience lines rather than wrinkly. And he was like, well, you know, normally like 2 or 3 injections and they'd be gone, but with your eyes and your face, we'd probably have to do 5 injections each side. And I'm like, wow, you are not getting my business. Very cheeky. Very cheeky, man. I prefer my face to be lived in. That was hard-earned experience. No need to hide it. Oh, I need 2 seconds. Streamlabs is doing its thing again, and that is not going to work in this game. Oh, it's all about the beauty here, mate. It's all, everything's whitening creams. Like for the girls, it's you made me do. Unbelievable. It's all about the whitening creams. So, like face whitening. Like the whiter the face, the more hyso you are, which makes sense if you think about it from our point of view. If you have a tan all year round in a Western culture, and you are more likely to be more successful because you're going on more holidays, even in the winter, you know. So you're going on skiing holidays and stuff like that, which shows you have a bit more money. So for a Thai to have paler, whiter skin shows that you're not working outside, you're not working in the fields, that sort of mentality. So it's very similar. But they do take it to extremes. You have creams for whitening the areolae, creams for whitening lady parts, creams for whitening your butthole. It's a bit excessive. And I don't know who's going to be inspecting your butthole to see if it's white enough to make you a VIP, but I would not want that job. You power wash a creeper, they turn into tropical. Apparently, I don't know. Yeah, no, apparently that's a thing, mate. It's, yeah, bleached starfish cream is a thing, apparently. And other areas of that anatomy and around that area. Yeah, but it's a huge business in Asia for the skin bleaching, and it's in everything. Like I got, you know, I like having a tan. I don't go outside much, but I kind of like having a tan. You know, I'm kind of fairly Western about that sort of thing, and I have had a non-tanned face for an awful long time, and then I actually looked at the face wash cream I was using, and turns out, yeah, not only is it age protecting, it's also whitening. So I've been making sure I have a white face, more white than it is already. I mean, it's whiter than the sparkly vampire. I never go outside, but anyway. This is going to be an absolute pain in the butt to clean. Aoki, hey, how are you doing? Good morning. You have your tea? Shall I quickly swap over to machines for you? We can go turn over and boot up the old Minecraft for you if you want. You do have your tea, fantastic. Still have your tan from summer. That's pretty good. I remember one year I went to Turkey and I was doing a lot of diving and swimming and snorkeling. A really, really good tan. And I was really happy with it. I was like proper like latte, almost like a dark coffee color. I was really, really happy. It's the most tanned I'd ever been. And you know, and I was like, cool, great. I didn't burn. You know, it's not gonna peel within 2 seconds when I get home. Fantastic. So I thought, oh, you know what? I've heard so much about the old Turkish steam baths and Turkish massage. I'll go for one. But because it's a long flight, I think I'll go for one the day before I fly out in the morning at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'll go the day before. So I did. Booked my Turkish steam bath massagey thing. Went down to it. Had a lovely session. Really good. You know, the guy beat me with twigs, and we had steam baths, and then there's lots of scrubbing and all sorts of cool stuff like that. And it was very relaxing. Then I woke up the next day ready to go on the flight, thinking, great, I'll be all tanned, and they'd scrubbed it all off. Not happy. I spent 2 weeks working on that tan, and one Turkish sauna steam bath scrub thing scrubbed my entire tan off. You still got your summer tan, right arm from the shirt sleeve down. Trucker's tan. Yeah, I was dreaming machines last night, Alki, unfortunately. So I didn't go to bed till 3 and I couldn't get my brain to switch off. It was all dreaming about pipes and connections and wonderful things like that. I love it when my brain does that to me. Thank you for your help. I do appreciate it. And sorry you had your hands full mod-wise last night, unfortunately. So sorry about that. Slowly bringing me over to the dark side. It was quite satisfying. I feel like I did an okay-ish job and I understood more by the time I finished. Although why people were still watching me, I have no idea. I was literally sat here pulling my hair out at one point. But Three Ponies assures me it was entertaining. They just won't. Why don't they just go to the machine that's asking for that thing? That's what I don't understand. It's already saying, hey, look, I'm in here. I'm being used by this machine. More of me should come and hang out. Logic dictates that. Very messy stairs. This is a lovely treehouse, by the way. Very nice looking. Now, if I pick this up, is there going to be 4 spots of dirt underneath it? Oh, I'm disappointed. There is a little bit. Get the floor done, and then we'll tackle the actual house itself. And then it's going to be the next hour or so of going around and finding all the glowing orange bits that we missed. I'm guessing. I'm just hoping if we get enough of it done, it will do that auto clean thing. What have you all got planned for the weekend then? Are you You gonna do anything special? Are you going out and about anywhere? Nice solid bits of wood for a chair. Staying at home? Yes, my love. 2 seconds, guys. Sorry about that, guys. I was just getting a quick update from the girlfriend. She had a friend round. So you're waiting for your lawnmower to be returned, but you've got another ice storm coming. You just had one last weekend, wasn't it? Was it last weekend, the weekend before? No, I would live in this treehouse. Saying it's big enough for me to live in. If it was real. That area's done apart from that. Good now. Didn't want to lean it up there, but anyway. You can live anywhere as long as there's internet and a separate room. Separate room for sleeping or separate room for the computer. I have to have a separate room for sleeping. I don't like having a bed in the place where I'm cooking and eating. I had in England we would call those a bed sit. So it's like a single room apartment type thing, studio apartment. But I really don't like that at all. I need to have a separate room and ideally a separate kitchen. I don't mind apartments. Midweek next week. Okay. Well, hopefully it'll blow itself out, mate. Got a boat trip. I've got a boat trip going out tomorrow, but I'm not going on it. It's good. The customers are meeting the captain tomorrow, and he'll take them out. Just in a little local island trip like Jenny did. It's supposed to be +8 Celsius today, which, by the way, is not warm. And you'll believe that when you see it. You don't doubt the weatherman, surely, A-Pot. And how did everything go, mate? With just all good, hopefully. I haven't popped into Discord today. Hopefully everything's alright though. Probably not the place I should be asking. You can tell the patterns better with your migraine patterns. Oh, you haven't heard it. Oh, I forgot you told me it's gonna take a couple of weeks. We had that whole discussion about over here. They literally tell you to sit down, then they come back within an hour and say, "Yep, okay, here's all your results back," and away you go. That's the one good thing. You have to pay for that privilege, but it's a good system. I've just realized that these projects are getting bigger and bigger as we go along. This is our biggest project to date. This is still not the biggest project. I mean, we haven't done the mayor's house yet, which we've got to do from the other side of the street according to Alki. It's easy though. Okay. Have you already done the mayor's house? Oh look, I'm getting behind on this game as well now. Wow. You guys just have way too much time on your hands. There's always some machines that need building in a certain half-finished Japanese Zen base. You're 100%. You're stuck on 99% of the drill. Oh, because there's loads of free DLC. There's new DLC that got added, wasn't there, as well? Hoping to finish this game soon. I've got a new one I want to play. Well, I know, but now I feel like I have no excuse because I'm none of those things, and I still don't get anything done, and I'm not working. Damn it! You're retired from being retired. We've got some friends coming over from Australia next month. They're retiring over here. Be nice to see them again. Yeah, that. I mean, I do have the girlfriend I spend time with. I mean, she's currently sat on her side of the house. I'm sat on my side of the house. And she goes to sleep fairly early and I go to sleep really late. So it's pretty much the same as being married, I guess.
Alright, let's bring that beat back.
And I do love her to pieces. It's pretty much the same as being married. I'm sure she'd agree as well. Yeah, exactly. These people need to clean their houses more often, not let them get into this state. Which, by the way, is absolutely terrible. I'm sure it would need fumigating. Yeah, that's nice. Watching movies together is nice. I like doing that. They do need to move away from the mud volcano. You are absolutely correct, you ponies. But then if they did that, I wouldn't have a job. So, yeah, swings and roundabouts, and tree houses and firehouses. Yes. No, I'm not ignoring you. You're getting dings, Alki. I saw that. See dings. You're not hearing dings. Okay, I can go into settings. Oh. Let me get some more dings that you can't hear. I'll stop teasing you. Then audio, footsteps, music, ambient, non-diegetic volume. God knows what. Turn down the water tone and turn back up the master volume and the water volume a bit. Reverb. UI, ambient, footsteps, we don't need to have ambient volume. No problem, APOC. Orange Bear, hey, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Let's try that. Had to turn the game sounds down because it was coming through on my TV, but I didn't want to turn the game sounds down too much because that's, well, I didn't want to turn the TV down too much because that's where the jump scares are coming. Didn't want to get into trouble for not hearing the jump scares. The first stretch of the Autobahn's almost finished. Nice. That's a nice looking road, by the way. We'll have to make some cafe pit stops and petrol stations along the way. Are you hearing the dings now, Alki? And do let me know if the music and everything, the sounds and stuff are not right. As always, we can't always tell when we are streaming, but you guys can. So sometimes we can't hear everything the way it's set up. So let me know if it's not right. Anything? So Ranjambez's been building a really nice looking road actually on the server. It looks really, really cool. Done a great job so far. You getting them now, Alki? I'm getting them. You heard them, but not anymore. Ah. That is very, very strange. Is everybody else hearing them, or is it you all not getting the dings? Ah, you guys just... What the heck? Audio. Turn the master volume up. Not gonna be footstep volume. Ambience music's up. Music. Ambience reverb. Ambience tone. Water reverb. I mean, it's not gonna be that. Tone I turned down, but when you would think the water tone would be the actual sound of the water rather than anything else, but I could be wrong, I guess. Let me see if we can wash another area clean and get a ding. You should be... No, I don't. You shouldn't be picking up sounds through my mic. You didn't hear any water until I spoke. Oh, that's... Okay, that's... Alright. Hang on then. That's even more strange. Yay! Okay, let's have a look. Gameplay. Gameplay capture. Auto. Normal. Auto. Capture cursor. Use anti-cheat compatibility hook. Yep. Properties. The desktop output. Default. You can still hear me, but it looks like you're not getting any music now. Are you getting sound from the game? You just got a message from work. Tomorrow will be closed because of a massive storm coming your way. No problem, you're off anyway, but that sucks, dude. That you're all off because weather, and that's your day off anyway. Can you hear any sounds now? Because that just came through the TV, which it doesn't normally. Oh, Windows, why do you do this to me? Can't hear any sounds. Alright, hang on 2 seconds. That is a Streamlabs issue. Then, game capture desktop. Okay, let me try this one. You hear sound now? Still not hearing it. I've got one more thing I can try. But yeah, it's not coming through Streamlabs for some... Okay. Why do things change? Why do things change? Poor thing. And now, this maybe I just need to rebuild everything over again. You hear that? Normally the sound doesn't come through my TV. And today, for whatever reason, it's decided to come through the TV. Or the game sounds have decided to come through the TV, which is lovely. So now I have it set so you should be hearing the TV sounds. Hopefully. Hoping. Otherwise I'll just, I don't know, restart again. Now I sound, keep it clean now. DB sounds, old man sounds. Only hear game sounds through my mic. Let me try. Nope, you're not getting sound there. I'm just trying switching scenes. Okay. What about now? No, you're fine. You're fine, Alki. I can wait, but for some reason it might be. Yeah, no, I'm pressing all the buttons. I just changed it to in Streamlabs to be a different what do you call it? You know where you can have the different scene setups. So you can, like, I have one for Minecraft and one for this and one for the other one. You got music now. Okay. Well, music's good. No game sound. All right. Well, listen. I tell you what. We're doing. We are only an hour in, so let me take a short break and a couple of other things I can try. Let me take a short break and I'll see if I can figure it out, and then I'll be right back. Okay? And I'll do a loo and make a drink and all that. I should do that as well. back, I am going to try one more thing. I'm hoping you'll be able to hear games, but I'm just going to try one more thing. Window power. Ooh, ooh. Maybe. Yeah, okay. Oh god. Streamlabs did weird things. Yep, no, I did it. Oh, you can ban me for spanning, that's fine. I think you should be able to hear pings now. Think. Pings. Okay, right. So bizarrely, it was because Streamlabs had the game on the game capture on auto. So I just set it to specific window. Now the only downside to that is that I don't know if the creep alert is going to come through. Now the sound of the game is coming through my headphones, along with the music pretzel. It wasn't doing. But at least you're getting the satisfying pinging noises. Definitely part of the fun of the game. Oh, I don't. You know, once I have something working correctly, I don't change it. So it does seem to do things on its own. Some very strange and bizarre reason. Maybe I should read the instructions again and redo the whole thing. I might try and play and get things set up properly in OBS rather than Streamlabs, because Streamlabs seems to be being very painful lately. And I can still get the sound alerts to come in through OBS because that's just an extension, and I can use the URL for the extension. I know I can do that through OBS. That's kind of how I did it before when I first started.
We create things as a reflection of this struggle.
Things are good. Things are good. At least you can hear them, and you can hear the music still. You can still hear pretzel.
That wave isn't necessarily a thing you achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive for. This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water.
And hopefully you can still hear me. Be a start. Although I don't know if that's a blessing or not. Might not be. You've got music, you've got things, you've got me. Oh, what more do you need? I ask you. There we go. Things are happening. Right, so make sure that we've got all the bits that we're supposed to have. And everything's clean. Orange, take care, mate. be nice when you're sticking needles in. I'm sure you are. But hopefully you'll have a good day and people will be nice to you. Thanks as always for popping in. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are awesome. If I don't tell you enough, I do apologize. But you are awesome for hanging out. It really does mean a lot to me. So, checking for orange bits right now. I know this is going to be a complete pain to check later. Might as well do this section by section. The three ponies were saying something about another way to check what's clean and what's not. And I hold tab down because that's what I was told by Alki. It highlights the dirty bits. Why did I get so quiet? Is that better? Maybe I was a little bit further away from the mic before. And I can check settings again if I need to do that. Is that better? I seem to spend half my time in stream now saying, is that right? Is that right? Everything seems to be changing and I don't know why. I've been hacked. I am sat up straight. My back's straight, my shoulders are back. Highlights the, oh, okay. It highlights the item to find it. Oh yeah, but that's, yeah, that I do, like, you just do that. And yeah, no, that I know. You double click on there and it shows you which one it is. Checking the wall, checking the dirt. Roof to do, but this is all a bit skanky under here. This done. Just loads of them. Entire section up here. That's good. Tab is saying all of that is clear. And all of that's clear. There's dirt somewhere around the roof there. Still good. Still good. Dirty. Good. In that. I'm sure most of these have dinged, you know. Alright. Okay, that's all disgustingly dirty under there. So we need to do that. Cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'll probably watch some videos on how to set up OBS by the looks of it. And re-watch my videos on how to do sounds, make sounds work correctly. like I need to go back to basics. I want to say mon cher, but that's not right. Mon chauffeur is the other way that I want to say it, but I'm sure that's not right either. Feel free to correct me, but welcome back in. We are playing a relaxing game of power washing today. So normally on a Wednesday we do a different game. Just to give everybody a break from slapping their foreheads from my derping in Minecraft, basically. I don't want to send too many people to hospital with concussion, so I do try to give them a little bit of a break, and it gives me a chance to refresh a little bit as well, especially after last night. I apologise. Although we were getting there towards the end of the stream, and by getting there I mean to the point where I'm going to rip the entire thing down off the walls. I really think we need to rip it down and restart, basically, is where I'm at right now. I've kind of got the idea of what we need machine-wise to do what we need to do, but I do think we don't have enough space to do it. But welcome in. Yeah, I was dreaming about Minecraft last night, so that's never a good thing. I was quite tired this morning when I woke up, but I guess we did do a 6.5 hour stream, so it doesn't bode well for the 12 hours that I'm going to be doing on Monday, does it? I guess we can take some short breaks for lunch and things like that, hopefully. I am allowed to eat, aren't I? Oh, no problem. Thank you so much for popping in. Lovely to see you. I mean, don't make me do that for you. I mean, I will. You'll have 12 hours of face palming and face slapping. And the derp count, I don't know, can the derp counter go up to infinity or will it reset? That sounds more like a threat than a gift. Ah, how are you doing? Welcome in. Lovely to see you. "12 hours of you lot trying to teach me how to make machines work. That doesn't sound good. And I think you'd all be in hospital if you had to drink every time I made a derp with a machine. I don't want that on my conscience." I don't know. I don't think we did too bad. In preparation, you'll buy a case of tequila. If you have a case of tequila, I'm going to have the hospital number on speed dial for you. This is a very nice roof. But I feel that this would be a little bit of a lightning conductor. Has it dinged yet? Oh, maybe it's the whole cap. Oh, you're doing okay. You've made a custom pack and have 2 mods in it. Nice. What mods have you put in? is it a mod where you can just plug the machines in and they automatically work without you? Yeah. Oh, cool. There we go. I think I'm back now. Okay, am I back? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, not sure what happened there. I believe that Streamlabs decided that it had enough and it just quit. So yeah, it might be time for me to quit Streamlabs because they definitely seems to be causing me more issues than ease of life. So it might be time for me to move back over to OBS again. I mean, I will give Streamlabs this. They did make a nice, easy interface for new streamers to use. Because you have to remember, not everybody is technical. So Streamlabs definitely made it easier to use. I mean, how they went about things maybe not have been the best. And I'm glad to see that OBS is definitely still doing well and actually doing better since all of this, which is good. And they seem to, OBS actually seems to be making things a little bit more user friendly. It's normally the same. I mean, I've got programming friends and they write amazing programs, amazing software that does fantastic stuff, but the user interface generally sucks. You need, I used to help a friend of mine out all the time, and I would plan out the user interface for him. So I'd make I wouldn't do the coding for it, but I'd show him how it needed to be laid out, how it needed to link in together. I'd use something like Balsamic to do the wireframing and stuff. And then, I mean, even in Balsamic, you can say, right, okay, if you have this button, it goes to this, and this then does X, Y, Z. So I would do stuff like that for his app. And then he would code it and it would all work fantastically, and it would actually be usable by people, normal people that have no technological expertise. But yeah, basically if you can make it so I can use it, anybody can use it, I would say. If you can DB proof it, then it's going to be good for anybody. I actually enjoy that because I am so definitely so not a coder, but I really enjoyed the planning out of the design side of the screens and the apps, and okay, this button goes to this and this does this, and the actual work. I guess you would call it like a workflow progress of the app, and like how everything worked together. And then I could do like a visual process of that, and then give it over to the coders to make it do what my envisioned software would be like. That with an app for, well, I was trying to make a program for boat charter management, because there's loads of softwares out there and not all of them do what you need it to do. So I kind of planned it through, got halfway through development, and then my programmer disappeared, sadly. the concept's there. I guess what I'm saying is you can be the best coder in the world, but if you can't make it easy for non-coders to use, then it's not gonna be good. Well, it will be good, but it's not gonna be popular. But Green, we are fine playing this. As I say, there's a couple of other games that I've got lined up that I would like to play, but they are probably not super popular, and I'm not a pew player. I don't play Apex. I don't play the shooter games, the first person shooter games. They are not my bag. So I'm more of an RPG kind of gameplay person. RPG, chilled out, adventure, platformy, that sort of stuff. We played Death's Door, we've played Abzu, which is a really cool game, but again, not many people have played it or are interested in it. But it's a game I enjoy playing, so I tend to pick games that I like, and hopefully people will enjoy watching. We played Journey and a few other cool games like that. So they're not always the most up-to-date and modern games, but again, part of that is the computer that I'm running. And part of it is because a lot of them I don't like. I mean, like Dying Light would be really nice. I would love to play Dying Light, but I know that my PC's a potato and there's no way it's going to handle it. So there's no point in me even thinking about it. It wouldn't even do Dying Light, never mind Dying Light 2. And Zero Dawn, again, I've got Horizon Zero Dawn. I tried to play it on a computer, it stutters, so it's absolutely unwatchable on stream. I can play it if I'm not streaming it, but on stream it would be unwatchable. So unfortunately I am limited by the machine. So it's and you know, I don't always like games that other people play. I've got my own style of games that I like. Hopefully you'll still enjoy being around here, but if not, I understand that. I appreciate you spending what time you have here already. So I'm open to suggestions for games. I'm always open to people suggesting new games. Like this one, for example, was suggested to me, and I'm absolutely loving it. I know it might not be the most popular game to play, and it might not be the most streamable game or whatever, but part of this is the chatting side of thing as well. So this definitely lets you chat around to people and chat about all sorts of other cool and fun stuff. And you guys lead that as well. You guys lead the chat, so don't forget, if there's something you want to talk about, then just mention it in chat and we'll go from there. You're a technical gnome. Cyber gnome. See, I like the old Fallout 4. I do like that one. And Skyrim. Again, I don't think my PC would make Skyrim look very pretty. It would be very basic, and there's a lot more skilled people out there playing. I never said that I'm a skilled game player. I have played games for a long part of my life, probably for, I don't know, 30 years, but mixed console, on PC, console, but I'm not an expert in any way, shape or form. Fallout's a fun game. And what else? I enjoyed playing Dragon Age. The Dragon Age games are fantastic. I love those. And I've got them. I've got Fallout, I've got Dragon Age. yeah, it's just about having fun with it, isn't it? You know, I'm a bit of a completionist. I do like making sure things are close to 100%, if not 100%, if I can get that way. So that's not everybody's bag. Some people like to speed run things, which takes a lot of skill. Speed running definitely takes a lot of skill. But if you ask me what my favourite game was, I don't think I'd be able to tell you. I'd have to narrow it down to genre, and then even then I'd be hard pushed. I mean, I love Zelda. I mean, I've played them all from the first one. I like the Master Sword. One of my favourite ones because I've got a lot of fond memories playing it, but it's really old. Breath of the Wild I haven't played yet, but I would love to. Final Fantasy, again I've played them from when they first came out, so all the way from 1 up to 13. At 13 I was getting really bored. Not bored with them, but I didn't like the direction they were going, so stopped playing it. 7 is still one of my favourite. I haven't played the new version of 7, but you know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist, and while I understand why they revamp these things, very good marketing, good ploy, and there's a lot of fans out there that will be really happy that they did remarket it and revamp it and redo it. Just I don't know. Sometimes you need to leave things alone. Yeah, so that's my general plan. I don't generally play really well-known games, or the, you know, like, you're not going to see me playing what's that one where everybody tries to push everybody off platforms? Fall Guys? I don't know what it is, but you're not going to see me playing that. You're definitely not going to see me playing football or FIFA or any Call of Duty ones. I'm not somebody that jumps on a trend bandwagon. Probably why I'm still a small channel. Well, that and the fact that we only started in September, so I think we're doing okay, really. Growth-wise, I think we're doing pretty good. Got a nice community, and that's what I care about more, to be honest, is the community that we're growing. I think one of my favourite sports games would have been SSX Tricky on the PlayStation. PlayStation 2. I was pretty good at that, actually, to be honest. But we did have hours and hours and hours and hours of lads' nights playing that with copious amounts of medicinal herbage. See, I thought these bottles were clean, but apparently the game thinks otherwise. You pick the bottles up, pull them out and clean them. Kindred Souls, yeah. Well, there's, I mean, every Friday night was lads' night around at my house. So there was, I would make up I would do a lot of rolling. Let's say that. And then I would also cook dinner. So we do a bolognese, or we get pizza in, or I cook steak or something like that. And then when the lads would come round and we'd do poker, PlayStation. Side. Yeah, we do poker and PlayStation, and if you lost your poker hand, then you jumped on the PlayStation. Or gonna be upstairs, so we'd better check that. Where's that bird? Okay, clean, Eves. Yeah, that's true. The more trolls you get, the more popular the game. Like I say, I mean, this is all about like the people that we're building and getting into the community. For me, anyway, that's way more important. I'd much rather build up a really fun and like-minded community that gets on well with each other than zoom out of the stratosphere and have loads and loads of people. That makes sense. This was never about getting famous or anything like that. This was just about enjoying life and having fun. And it'll be, yeah, I mean, if it goes somewhere and fame is not the outcome that I'm after, but if it's maybe I can make a living from this, then that would be fantastic. You know? I mean, that would be really nice. It'd definitely be helpful. Especially in the current climate, but not essential. If that's getting in there or not. Okay. I'm not seeing any dirt really. This. Still not. Where though? Oh, this is going to be a pain in the butt. I'm basically looking for any dirt that I can see, and I'm not seeing any highlight. I think it's up here. Well, pass. Don't know where that is. By clean lanterns is an easy one to find. So we can make sure that all of these are clean. Too hard to find. One is lacking cleanliness. clean. Clean. Are there more lanterns outside? Downstairs. There are. Okay. Wow. Okay. The lanterns down here. Oh, there you go. That's a very cunningly placed lantern. Right, that's the lantern stand. Ignore the use the windows and window frame. Windows are done. Window frames and signs and staircase handrails. Clean, clean, clean. Clean. This is going to be the annoying part, which is just finding all the last little bits and bobs. Gonna need to get scaffolding for that. Fine. All clean. Clean. What else? Signs. It said some of the signs were not. Well, this whole base isn't clean here, and those stairs are definitely. So we'll do this while we're here. Apoc, you survived again. Doing well on the old treasure hunts, my man. Maybe like Stardew Valley is an interesting game to watch. I don't think it's one that I would play. I thought about My Time of Portia as well. Does that look graphical wise? It was kind of like a game graphic wise that I liked, but again from a streaming point of view, it's too grindy to stream that game. So I did realize that my Steam list is a little bit large. Games I haven't played. Kingdom Come Deliverance, brilliant game, absolutely fantastic game. Stardew Valley-ish mod pack. What, like for Minecraft? That doesn't sound very machiney. That sounds more farmy. Yeah, that sounds more up my neck of the woods. But I didn't think that would be something that you would enjoy. Because the one of the packs that I do like was one that Beef played, which was Life in the Woods. But I'm trying to think of you and Three Ponies as well, to give you some technological machinery and wizardry that you can do. We need to go and do this. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions, definitely. I mean, by now you probably know my style. I'm more buildy landscaping. Making farms is kind of cool. Making layouts and stuff. It's all about the layouts and the organisation for me. House flippers will probably give a go. But I think after Power Wash, and we'll probably do this on my birthday stream, I want to show you a new game I've been looking at, which is Wildermyth. I will post a link for you on the Discords. I think I might have done already, but it really looks very cool. It's just I just really like the artwork, the way the artwork looks. And there was another one, Stone. Oh, what was it called? Stonefly, I think was the name of the game. I've just downloaded the demo for it, which looked pretty cool. You basically control. I don't know if you guys have ever read Brian Aldiss's Hot House, but Stonefly, you control robots, and you have them going out and about, and you've got different moves and stuff, and you're having them battling, but it's all set in like a weird future. It's Brian Aldiss is the author, and the book is called Hot House. It's a science fiction / fantasy book where humans, it's set in the future basically, where the world has become overgrown with plants, and plants have evolved to the point where they can actively hunt and harm humans, and we're living up in the trees because that's all that's left. Post-apocalyptic type thing. It's a very good book, and one I read years ago, and it's still one of my favorite ones. Very good. Yes, books, they do still make them. Sadly, not as much as they used to. I do like the books, although I've realised that the downside with books is that they tend to print them in quite small letters. And I have a little bit of a library here. I have more of an extensive library of books back at home. I've got probably about 500 books back at home at mum and dad's. But here, unfortunately, the books that I have here, my aging eyes will no longer read the text. The text is too small, sadly. So I need to use the tablet, the computer tablet, just to make the writing larger. Old man eyes. Right, how are we doing? We have signs. Signs are we missing? That lovely waterfall. Well, somebody's cat's missing. Well, I thought we'd got all the signs. Cleaned all those. But just look how 2D drawing that background looks. Like cardboard. Just a little bit there, can you see it? But you see how the trees move? Probably not. They thought, this sign? I haven't had cataract surgery yet, but I'm thinking I might need to, because it's every day, mate. I wake up with really painful eyes every day. Unfortunately. So I have been, the last couple of days I've been doing the whole eye drop thing, but it's great. I'm definitely feeling like I could do with it, but LASIK is around about 70,000 baht per eye at the moment over here. Don't know what that would be in dollars. Probably $2,500 maybe. And sadly, that's money that I don't have. And I just found out that I need 50,000 bahts worth of dental treatment done. It's either that or I pull the teeth out and have less teeth. And I might go for less teeth option. Sadly. Those. Look at me, Alki. I'm using the notification thing. I know you guys think that I don't listen to you. I do. I do pay it. Being still 99%. Well, I've got my glasses on at the moment. Just I wake up very tired eyes, and I guess I probably you do like 18 hours a day. Yeah. No, I had friends who had the LASIK done. They were like, oh my god, it's like they literally have the eyes when I was 18 years old. Mum's just gone through having cataract surgery done. So, Pyro, thank you for the follow. Pyro the Demon 666, not Pyro the Dragon. I was about to say Pyro the Dragon, which is completely different. But thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're enjoying us waffling on about all sorts of things. The colours are a lot more tense and vibrant now. Only the eaves left. We went through and checked all of them. Just wondering if there's something that I'm missing, if it's actually under the eaves or on top. Because this area seemed very clean. A little bit, I guess. How are you doing, Pirate? You realise that you're on light mode? Oh. Well, change that. Well, you don't have to change it, but I do like it on old dark mode. It. Leaves are still not right. Bean. Sometimes this game be a little bit frustrating. Where are you telling me that you are dirty? In anything. You're hellish as you also burnt your eyes. Ah. That could be part of the pyro thing. We go up on the roof. Maybe it's the on the side here. So maybe this. See, this is all roof though. This is not saying that's roof trim. That's roof trim. That's eave. So it's got to be this underneath part. But anywhere that is dirty in here. Well, thank you very much, APOC. we will just wash the whole thing down again. We've been getting quite a lot of new people popping in. Oh, there we go. New people popping in, which has been kind of nice, and a lot of new follows and stuff. But I'm hoping that'll all be good. Never knows. So what are we missing now? Clean, 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 clean. Oh god. Middle deck joists, lower deck undersides. Okay, all the way, all underside, upper deck joists, rim joists. That's all underneath, basically. All this underneath here. That. Yeah, that's a lot of dirt going on there. Well, I appreciate it, mate. It's not always easy, I know. I appreciate you guys being in and concentrating on that, so I can concentrate on it. So, the dirty job, as they say. Thank you for doing it. Well, we can definitely see where a lot of the dirt is. That's down there, but I'm just wondering if we... This all looks fairly clean. Most of this. It instantly pings one of the deck beams. This all looks relatively clean under here from this side. Yeah, so we're going to need to get the old scaffolding out for sure. Right. Might be able to do some of it from down here. My stuff on. You are proud out. I'm doing my best. I feel like lessons have been learnt, and the hours of face palming and head slapping for you have finally paid out. Fledgling is slowly leaving the nest. Oh, we might be alright. We might not need the old scaffolding, which would be a definite bonus. I would much rather not have to use scaffolding, to be honest. Maybe I need to get that long extension thing. What do you think, Aoki? Heist and Gamble do work, yes, they were working before. Heist will give you the option to jump in with people in chat, and Gamble you will be playing against the Lord Shoal, I believe, if I remember rightly. I did set those up, they were set up in Streamlabs. I went through and customized them a little bit. Like I say, I'm not an expert. We've only been doing this since September, but I am trying to to get things going. So if there's any hints or tips, do feel free to let me know. Where are we at now? Upper deck side joist. So this is... We're just missing one upper deck joist? Or is it all the upper deck joists that I'm not seeing? That kind of sucks. Oh crap. That's why Apot wins all the monies. Right. What? Oh wait, there we go. All these fiddly little bits that you need to try and find again. And you get timed out on the whole checking for dirt thing. Doesn't let you spam it. Oh, there you go, Green. You got some gems and some other stuff. Congratulations. No idea what you're going to do with them, but congratulations. That's the only thing. It's like, it would be nice if there was a way that you could trade them in for channel points. That's what I'd like to be able to do with them. Like, let you... I mean, even if the... You know, obviously the ratio would be different, but the follower points and the channel points would be different. So you could use them like Twitch points, but they are separate. They're kept very separate. Me, I am from the UK originally, but I live here in Phuket, Thailand. I've been here for quite a while now, about 10-15 years. And I do like living here. But originally UK, but travelled all over Europe and don't consider myself to be one particular country. My favourite video game, we were talking about that earlier. Ones that spring to mind, Zelda, Legend of Zelda, that one, Final Fantasy VII, SSX Tricky, more recently Fallout 4, Kingdom Deliverance is also a really good one, I like. Lots of fond memories playing on Mario Kart, various different versions. I am a fairly old gamer, or old-ish gamer. Been doing it for a while. Not an expert in any games at all, just enjoy playing them. I am over 50. Just. We're not really allowed to talk about age, or you guys are not allowed to talk about age. I guess I can. But you guys are not because of terms of service on Twitch. They don't like you talking about age, which is good because it protects people, and I understand that. I do have a girlfriend, yeah. I've got a girlfriend and we've been together for 11 years. No, I don't mind. I don't have any secrets or anything, so if I don't feel like answering or I think it's too personal, then I won't answer, but it's nothing that nobody doesn't know already about me. I don't mind, you can ask. Don't have to answer, but you can ask. How are we doing now? Still 99%. Big job. But I have a pet cat called Dollar. It's a really cool cat. It's a long-haired cross between a Scottish fold and a Persian. He's very cute and very loving. I'm not a dog person. Tend not to eat vegetables. What else? My favorite YouTuber. Well, I'm a big fan of Generic B. He has been very inspiring for me. But I also like, from a gaming point of view, Vintage Beef, because this is how I got into doing this, and Zisto. But I quite like, who's the guy who's really good at the car racing game? God. I've got him on my list, but I watch a lot of different YouTube. So I watch a lot of channels about DIY, about renovations, about building machines and things like that. So there's one that I'm particularly enjoying right now where they're rebuilding a sailboat. Rain is good. Some of the Hermits, definitely. I used to watch Iskal quite a lot. But I haven't watched them for a while. But no, they're all very, very talented and excellent builders. Rendog always used to make me chuckle. Some of the newer ones I don't really know, unfortunately. I'm not up on it all, but they are a very talented group of people. Doc M, I really like. Etho, obviously. You can kind of tell what my preferences are from that. I mean, I used to be a big fan of the Minecraft before it all went wrong. Don't know if wrong is the right word, but before it all dispersed. And there's quite a good group of people on there. Lower walls, then this wall. But yeah, I like a lot of the renovation channels as well. So when I'm not playing, games, I tend to watch different streamers. No, there are other people in here. Apoc's a member, and Alki, there are other people. But they're just letting you have a little bit of a chat with me. Okay. Oh, the guys that just dig into the jungle and then make a house out of the ground. Yeah, those guys are awesome. They really seem to be over this way. Three Ponies is one of our server guy, and a very, very knowledgeable player. Apoc and Alki are also very, very knowledgeable. They're in charge of chat. You have no more questions? Yeah, no, Alki and Apoc and everybody probably already asked me all the questions green as well. So, and we chat on a fairly regular basis in Discord. So, probably not much they don't know about me, to be honest. Bath or shower? Oh, see, bath. Well, I like both. Bath because I don't have one here, and I do miss a really hot bath and reading a book in the bath. I like doing that. Shower because it's really hot. But if I'm booking a hotel room here, then I will try to book a hotel with a bath. Yeah, a bath and then a shower after the bath. So the bath is for relaxing, the shower is for cleaning. Would be probably the best way to describe it, or how I envision it. So, cheese every time over pepperoni. Not a big pepperoni fan. I will eat it. I'm not a big fan of it. But yeah, like if you're talking pizza, you're always going to have cheese on a pepperoni anyway. always going to be cheese on a pepperoni. But like a stick of pepperoni or a block of cheese, then it would be a block of cheese. That's the upper deck joist. So what is it not happy about? It wants a lower deck underside and the middle deck joist. Milk chocolate or white chocolate. Dark chocolate will give me an instant migraine. Like literally like within 5 minutes. And the more dark the content, the more instant the migraine and worse the migraine will be. They can ask me anything. Quite cool. I like it. I'm also probably giving away all my marketing secrets, so if any companies are listening and they would like to take advantage of that, I would like a stream deck. I would like somebody to come out and set up my computer so it doesn't ever go wrong again. See, that's a difficult one for me, Three Ponies, because Ford for you is different to Ford in England. I do like the way the Ford trucks look in America, and over in Thailand I think we get the American version of the trucks, not the English version, because we generally in the UK we don't really have pickups like you do. Over here in Asia we do. Definitely I would be regular maintenance. I don't know about daily, but regular maintenance. So I would say I've not really seen that many Chevys. The only Chevy I saw in the UK was a really horrible car. It was terrible. So yeah, Ford, I'll say. And Coke, not Pepsi. Although Pepsi always feels more fizzy. Kabuto, because fuck John Deere and their fixing policies. And I don't really know John Deere much, but I do know about their fixing policies, whereas Kabuto seems to be like, do what the hell you want with the machine. Unmod me, I'm a Pepsi guy. Oh no. Is that Pepsi, like, is that McDonald's Pepsi or proper Pepsi? Okay. Where the hell are these middle joists? Ones are not clean. These ones. Yeah, Pepsi's great for cleaning cars. Well, to be fair, ketchup is as well. They both kind of do the same thing. I must admit, Pepsi always feels more fizzy to me. Don't know why. It always seems more fizzy than Coke. And Coke tends to be sweeter, I would say. Could be wrong. And teeth, which is probably why I've got no teeth left. Why are you not clean? Please be clean. Both are good for cleaning jewelry and other items of silver, but ketchup is actually best for cleaning silver. Sprite is also very good. We still have 2 of 4 deck droids. Which ones? Middle one. Okay, bottled water or tap water? I guess that depends where you live, because we don't drink tap water. Yeah, we only drink bottled water. Tap water would probably kill you. 20 upper deck joists, upper rim joists, vertical trim. Just those two things. Okay. You want a well? Ah, but 3 ponies. What you're saying is crisps, not chips. Chips are when you get a whole potato and you slice it up and then you fry them. Chips, that's what chips are. Crisps are very thinly sliced potato into shapes, or corn triangles, which would be obviously what you Americans prefer to call chips, but they're actually crisps. Yeah, no, it's just wrong. You're wrong. And you call chips French fries, which is also wrong. Crisps, yeah. See, that's just incorrect. That's just factologically incorrect. I guess it's the whole potato thing. Tomato, tomato. No, but you Canadians call them crisps as well, don't you? When they're chips, and vice versa. See, I've got a problem with aluminum. Fried potatoes are chips. Not crisps. You call crisp chips. Now I'm just getting confused. Job done! It is technically it's aluminium. Aluminium is the English way to say it. But I have known too many Americans. So it's aluminum to me now, which gives me a lot of crap when I go back to see my mates. Chips are chips. Well, they are in England. If you ask for a bag of chips, then you will get fried potatoes with probably a piece of fried fish and batter. It's a bonnet, the car bonnet, which is the front part of the car that lifts up and covers the engine, unless it's Volkswagen. The boot, not the fanny. That would be something completely different in English, and you definitely wouldn't have a pack pram because it comes from perambulator. It's not a stroller. A stroller would be not that. That would be more like an old person wheelie machine thing, you know, where they walk around with it. That would be a stroller. Both meters and feet. I am of the generation where I was taught in centimeters and meters, but my parents were feet and inches. You stroll with the stroller. Yeah, but you walk with the stroller. You push a perambulator. And a pram generally has a child in it. A stroller, you would walk with it, and that would hold you up while you were walking. Yeah, but you Americans tend to be very literal about your descriptions. Sidewalks, because they're on the side of the road rather than pavement. Trash bins. What else would they be? They're bins to put rubbish in. Rubbish bins. Trash. Sneakers. Trainers. There's lots of different English words that are all different in America. Pavement is the material it's made of. No, it's not. That's stone. It's a paving slab because it's a pavement you walk on. The paving slab. We could discuss the different words between America and English forever, and then we could just all gang up on the Australians and their thongs, which are flip flops, which are not because they're tiny lady pants for the rest of the world. It's a car park. You wouldn't call it a car park, a parking lot. It's just a car park. We'd park the car in the car parking area. But a lot would be an area of land, so I can see that's... Yes, it is. It's where the cars go to play with roundabouts and things. Yeah. I know. So drive in the parkway, but park in the driveway. It would be a drive, not a driveway. It would be the drive to the house. It would be, you would park in the drive. You wouldn't have a parkway. No. That way bit is wrong. So most of Northern America was settled and founded by the UK and the Spanish. I didn't realise it was the Spanish as well. I mean, I know we went all over the place. We were like a disease around the world until people found penicillin for us. You park in the yard and drive on the road. Yeah. Let's see the replay already. Yes, let's. Job is complete. Well, I went for a pee in the woods back then. Not bad though. Not a bad little replay. Well, a helicopter seems alright, but you would think that they could clean it themselves. They have a giant hose pipe. So let me go and make another coffee before we start on this one. You're waiting to see it. Columbus was Spanish, that's true. I would have a sweet cup of tea because to me, hot tea with sugar and milk, and I tend to have it milky, is I drink tea when I'm feeling sick. I associate it with making me feel better. So if I have a headache or a migraine or I'm sick, I have a hot cup of sweet tea. Not iced tea. Tony's, that's just wrong. No, that's wrong. You all. Southern iced tea. Doesn't that have alcohol in it as well? Now I'm envisioning big white mansions, colonial mansions with old southern ladies drinking iced tea on the veranda from all the American TV shows that I've watched. Oh, Long Island iced teas are amazing. Long Island iced teas used to be my go-to cocktail. And then I found margaritas. Margaritas or daiquiris? Daiquiris. Right, let me absinthe is very good, but it makes you forget a lot of things. Let me go and make a cup of tea, and I will be right back. Sweet tea stuff is just down south. Okay. Lemon, is it lemony? Like a lemon tea? Because my mum and dad used to have iced lemon tea. That was like a black tea with a lemon flavouring. I'm interested now in the tea. Now I'm going to have to make a pot of tea. By a pot of tea, I mean like it will be a teapot with tea bags in. And you put 2 in for the person and then 1 for the pot. Right, I'm going to go and make a tea. You lot can decide what you're drinking. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to go to the loo, make a cup of tea. And I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I saw some of your chat. I'm just gonna go back over it. So pop, I used to call that. Yeah, we used to call sodas pop when we were a kid. And tea, you would have milk in tea. Do you put the milk in first or afterwards? Canadians are weird because we still live in igloos with our pet polar bears who walk on a treadmill to generate electricity. Yeah, it should be ice in a Coke always. Your cold drink should be cold. And cuts of ham being referred to as Canadian bacon. No, bacon's bacon. It doesn't matter where it's from. England, Canada, America. Yeah, no, Mountain Dew is not Coke. No, that's just wrong. That's just lazy. Going out in the boot. There's a moose loose about the hoose. Canada, yeah. It's that place north of America. Yeah, you put ice in your cold drinks, otherwise they're not cold. I always call it Canadian. I always, by mistake, call it Canadian, and then feel incredibly stupid. And otherwise, it's not going to be a cold drink, is it? If you don't put ice in it. It's a nice helicopter. No, you can't call Mountain Dew and Sprite Coke. I mean, Coke's a brand name for a drink. You could, like, yeah, you've got Cherry Coke, which should never be a thing anyway. No, refrigerators do, well, they do keep things cold. They keep things refrigerated, but they don't make them ice cold, which is why you put ice in. That's why we keep, my friend keeps his beers at minus 6, so when you open them up and you put them into a glass that's also been stored in a freezer at minus 18, and it goes all slushy. So you have a beer slushy. Amazing. Well, it's not refreshing if it's not ice cold. If it's tepid, bleh. like what? No, like Coke, like warm Coke. It's just nasty. No, but it's not cold enough. I think that's my problem. It's not cold enough. Yeah, putting it in a glass from a freezer definitely helps. And that's what we do at my mate. Well, that's what my mate does at his bar, which is why you end up with the beer slushies, which are just the best way to drink beer. Because warm beer, I mean, I've actually started putting the ice in beer, which is wrong in so many different countries. But it is much nicer, and also I think the water then helps you rehydrate. And that is also a valid point. If you're drinking socially, then yeah, nice cold beers. But if you're out to get hammered, then yeah, just warm so you can neck it. Well, I'm adding hydration. So I can drink more. Very shiny red helicopter. Isn't this Coast Guard colours rather than fire colours? Can't shotgun an ice cold here. It hurts the throat. It does, and it gives you brain freeze. Did you know how to cure brain freeze? You put the cold glass against your forehead, and it counteracts the brain freeze for some reason. It does work. And I made a nice cup of sweet tea. Sweet milk. If the brain freezes from forgetting things, you just need to reboot it, mate. Turn it off, turn it back on again. You just have a little nap, and that tends to reboot things. Coffee naps are a thing as well. I used to do a lot of coffee naps. Have a nice cup of coffee, and then you go and have a lie down for 20 minutes. Although now my naps tend to last a lot longer than 20 minutes. More like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Coffee naps are a thing. Look them up. Google it. They're an actual thing. And I was doing it years before it was an official thing. Just didn't write about it on Google. Yep, 4 hours. That's a good length for a nap. I had a 2-hour nap today. Recharging my batteries. My friend calls it meditation. I just call it sleeping. But I guess meditation would be the socially accepted version of a nap. They have nap bars. You can go in, drink beer, and then have a sleep. That's an amazing idea. In Thailand, they're called short time rooms, but it has a totally different connotation to it. You just rent a nap pod. I've always thought that airplanes should have pods, like they do in science fiction movies, rather than the extremely uncomfortable seats they have. You could get as many people in pods, and then you could just lie down. You could go to sleep, and I'm sure they'd be more safe and secure. Siestas. Yeah, there you go. This is one of those. Is this one of those helicopters that sucks up water from a lake and divers, and then sprays them onto fires? Is that an urban myth, or did that actually happen? I want to say it's an urban myth, but I think it's actually happened. Pod capacities. Do you not think that pods on an airplane would be way better? Especially nowadays with the whole COVID travel thing, you could just get into your pod, seal it. If you wanted to smoke in the pod, you could. It could just get sucked out into the ventilation system. Nobody else would get bothered. Take your shoes off without anybody complaining about your smelly feet. Which is why I travel in flip-flops. Feet don't get hot. Mine swell up. I hate traveling on planes. So uncomfortable. I get hot feet, and then I get grumpy because I don't like hot feet. It's uncomfortable and it annoys me. But since moving here, they don't get smelly because they don't wear shoes. I would say I'm barefoot probably about 80 to 90% of the time. Yep, no, I'm the same. Feet out the blanket, definitely not wrapped up and inside it. Even in the UK where it's really cold, and I go back there, my feet are still outside the blanket. I don't like them being tied up. I think I'm revealing way too many of my idiosyncrasies. You only have bare feet when tucked out your blanket. But shoes inside the house shouldn't be a thing anyway. You should take them off when you're inside. You have carpet. If you wear your shoes inside the house, it's just going to be tracking dirt all over the place. That doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of slippers. I just don't like things on my feet, basically. Did you know that sock in Thai is tung tao, which basically means the bag for your feet? The translations in Thai are quite funny sometimes. Your cat got scared because you were just in the kitchen with socks on. Or she did the whole big tail thing. Who are you and what have you done with my mummy? You want some feedbacks? Some big woolly feedback. And my mum, she has blocks of ice for feet genetically, so I'm glad I didn't get that genetic trait. But my dad says he loves her very much, but she has the coldest feet in all humankind. Why is this not pinging? Ping! Make the noise. Come on. Noise. You'll just have to get those ones that look like little animals, like fluffy bunnies or something, and then she can play with them when you're not wearing them. Yeah, exactly, cat slippers. Like, oh my god, what have you done to my cousin? I need to get up higher, I think, for sure. And it's gonna need to be clean. I think the body's pretty clean. Definitely need to get up inside the nooks and the crannies. was in a helicopter once. I was an extra. Well, not really an extra. I was working up in the Lake District in the UK, and they were doing a documentary on a man who lost his sight. He used to do a lot of walking and hiking, but he lost his sight later on in life. So he wanted to go back and walk all of the mountains in the UK that he'd walked when he was younger and when he was sighted. So he did, and they were doing a documentary on him, and they needed somebody to carry the equipment up the mountain. And when I say mountain, they're hills. They're not mountains. I don't think they're classed as mountains in the UK. I think we've got 3: one in Scotland, one in England, and one in Wales. Are actually technically mountains due to the height. Anyway, so my job was to carry some of the recording equipment, and then when we got to the top, he hiked all the way up, and it was a hike that we used to do all the time for fun. He was actually quicker than we were, and he could tell when he was coming up to the surface, up to the top of a raised area, like coming up to a bluff or something like that. And he said he could tell because of the wind difference. He could feel the wind difference and the sound, which was quite impressive. And when we got to the top, they had a helicopter to bring us back down because they wanted to do a cool camera shot. And then the helicopter pilot was like, "Hey, look, do you guys mind? I've got to do an auto rotation, just a test." And we're like, "No, that's cool." So he just shut off the engine and came in, landed with no engine. It was kind of cool, but also at the same time kind of scary. But he said there was definitely no need to worry. They were designed to do that. It was pretty cool. They can test stuff when you're not on it. I don't mind stuff like that though. I've been quite lucky with some of the experiences I've had, I have to say. Right time, right place sometimes. Not for a while, but I used to be quite lucky with that sort of thing. Right, I guess we need to go up on top because all the dirt now seems to be inside or up there. So we should get up on top of the helicopter. I like how they give you really, really big jobs and then a couple of smaller jobs in between. It gives you a nice break. Oh, we're back. I just realised we're back at the firehouse. Now it's got a helicopter. You used to do flight tests after major maintenance. Well, it definitely incentivizes you to make sure that the maintenance has been done. My dad was in the army, which was like fixing all the machines and everything. Whoop. And he was in Germany, and they were fixing tanks, and they'd have to go out and make sure they were all working well. and he was doing that, and it broke down on the way back. So they're in a convoy because they always used to go in convoy together. And he said to the other guys, well, look, you go on in the other machine and me and these lads will stay and we'll fix it on the side of the road, but we're going to be late. So make sure you tell whoever's checking everybody in that we're going to be late. And they're like, yeah, okay, no worries, we'll see you later. So Dad goes on to repair the tank with the rest of the team. And then they get back to the camp and then Dad gets arrested. Because the guy who was supposed to tell people when they check in, tell them that Dad's tank had broken down, didn't tell anybody, and they thought that Dad and the other lads were joyriding around Germany in a tank. So obviously that didn't go down too well. My dad was in a lot of trouble. He used to get up to a lot of mischief, I think, sometimes. Yeah, he was over in Northern Ireland at one point, and he was in. He had to do a run down to one of the big prisons down there, and again, car broke down or something, I don't know. And he was. They actually thought he was in a riot that happened on the run because his machine had broken down, his car had broken down. But they thought he was still inside the prison, and there was a riot going off. So they were inside the prison looking for him. Again. No step. Right, so I better not stand on that. Immediately stands on the bit that says no step. I think you would get told off if you were cleaning a helicopter like this. Probably not the best idea, but it does give me a lot of access to cleaning parts that might otherwise be more difficult to clean. And it ain't my helicopter. Unicorn Becker, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I hope you are well. Thank you for the support. It is greatly appreciated. Hopefully you're enjoying us waffle on about all sorts of wonderful stuff. And feel free to join in the conversation. We've been chatting about all sorts of things. Why Americans call chips crisps, and why they're wrong and they don't know it, and why they also call other forms of soda Coke. Wrong completely. Thank you for the heal. Unfortunately, that's just for Minecraft, and we are on Powerwasher today. But I appreciate it. You don't call anything crisp. Well, you should. I'm going to have loads of bits left on this helicopter that are not clean, and I'm going to have to go and find it all. I'm not being very logical with my cleaning. Hopefully I can just make it make the noise and it will self self-clean. Which would be the preferred method. Crispy is an adjective. Oh, you refunded it. Thank you so much, mate. That's appreciated. Crispy is the way most food should be. Saying. Right. We're not getting very many pings, are we, at the moment? It's not a good sign. This all looks very complicated, this machinery. And a walk around. Yeah. Bacon, crispy or soggy when you do your bacon? I prefer mine to be crispy, but not black and to the point where it's solid, slightly crunchy. Yeah, crispy but not burnt. Yeah, exactly. Good. We've got things done. Slightly softer BOTs. Yeah. BOTs are good, but without the tomato. So just basically BLs. I'm okay with tomato as long as it's cooked, like in a bolognese. Just give it just give it a death grip. Nothing's falling out of here. I don't think we're doing too bad cleaning this today. We're getting quite a bit done. Quite positive with it all. Seems to be going quite well. I mean, I wouldn't like to be the person who actually had to clean this. Yeah, but it has to be, you know, obviously cooked tomatoes, because they have. I wouldn't ever eat raw tomatoes, and I wouldn't just have like, I don't know, like on an English breakfast, some people like hot plum tomatoes, which to me is just wrong. Yeah, raw tomatoes, definitely not. And same for raw onion as well. I don't really like that in salads or sandwiches. But cooked, yeah, that's a bit of flavour. More flavouring. Oh, that was. Yeah, these helicopters have got jet engines, like turbo intakes. About helicopters. When I was a kid, I saw a helicopter do a loop when I was about 8 years old. The Blue Hornets, the Blue Thunder maybe? Blue Thunder was a TV helicopter, wasn't But they were a display team, similar to the Red Arrows, but in helicopters. And they were doing a show in Germany, and one of the helicopters did a loop, which was pretty goddamn impressive, I have to say. And yeah, pizza on tomato on pizza, definitely. Or like the tomato puree, not so much the cut tomatoes. I see. The pizza in general is a win. I'm just asking. That's right, darling. You are always a good girl. Yes, my love. My girlfriend's told me that I'm correct, and I now have a life. Hermit, hey, how are you doing? Got to go again? Aww. Well, I hope you're well. Thank you for popping in, as always. Sorry I didn't see you there earlier. Was chatting to my girlfriend. I hope your day's going well. I think not far from cleaning this helicopter, I don't think. We're almost there. There's thinking maybe, but I don't think it's too far off. The noise. There we go. If I was the helicopter pilot and this was my helicopter and I saw somebody walking all over it, I would probably shoot them. Blades to clean, and then we'll need to do the underneath blades as well. Well, no, not really. The delicate pieces of machinery on top which don't have people walking on them, and then I've got to fly it and rescue people, so not only are they putting me at risk, also that I could rescue them, therefore are bad is a shot. That's my justification. I didn't say kill them, I just said shoot them. We could give them a flesh wound. Have a flesh wound. Then they would learn not to do it again. I think that's fairly fair. Right, where are we dirty? Oh, that's not very clean over there. Or in there. How are you supposed to get in this bit then? It's gonna get the scaffolding out. Yeah, it is. Definite focus pain going on. Feel like this isn't 100%. Yeah. Is. All clean then, that's good. Wrong button again. I think we need to be here, don't we? Oh, that's a bit sneaky. Those pipes needed cleaning from there. Clean, clean. Rotate the knot. Will be shortly. You would get very wet doing this job, wouldn't you? I think we know that. So what's been the worst one to clean so far? This is in the way. In your experience. Oh, have I got a full body chem hazmat suit thing on? Fire station. Oh, I didn't think the fire station was too bad. Yeah, I didn't think the fire station was bad. The building in the back, no, that was quite easy with all the stairs and everything. That was pretty easy. Small office wall drove you nuts. Yeah, I guess so. This has been more fiddly. The last one we did was more fiddly with all the beams and everything, with all the wooden beams. Water tank used it. Right, okay. I think we're our engine mount. Yeah, the engine mount's going to be a pain in the because I'm going to need this every time. And I always seem to put it on backwards. Like the bit that I need to be walking on is always miles away from where I need to be. Tad annoying. Yeah. Up. Meow. Meow. Wasn't too bad. You were trying to, yeah, it was the little underneath bits, underneath the windows. It was a bit sneaky. Oh, that's that done. We're pretty good. Landing gear, really? Rotor blades. I missed a rotor blade? Ah, oh. How did I miss that? Right. So, rotor blade landing gear. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it's not happy about on this one, right? I thought this one was pretty clean. Okay. Still flashing landing gear. you not happy about? Inside? All of that seems clean to me. Still not happy. Why are you not happy? What are you not happy about? Health in tires, tail rotor and drive shaft. Okay. And the tires all been done. It's a bit annoying sometimes because, like, there isn't any dirt on that. Like, and where's the dirt? On that side. No dirt showing up. Tail rotor drive shaft. You up? Pick you up. You're in the way. Okay. Tail rotor. Not happy with the tail rotor drive shaft. I think it's probably going to be these underneath bits. Not happy. And probably the back. All of that, I would guess. Back up. Else does it not like? A Superman power to pick this up. Get round. Probably on both sides. Would do us. And the tail fin. This is the problem, isn't it? You're not happy about that. Relatively. Really clean. So I would so paranoid about being too close to the mic after. There we go. Too close to the mic after. Bad. I've been sitting back a little bit. Found it. I wasn't as organised. We should have done one side and then the other side. It would have been better. We didn't do too bad. I'm happy with that. In the mayor's mansion. Oh, he's been. He's only given us 350,000. No, he's only given us 350 bucks. Oh, you got your fraud claim back. Hey, dude, that's awesome. Got your money back, all the money back. That's brilliant. That's really, really good news. Wow, they really didn't like him, did they? At all. I guess he has been a bit of a jackass. But you said we will need to go for the... Oh, it's a free extender piece? Okay. Free is the best price. Good news, bad news, they're not going to pay you back for a while. But they have approved that they'll pay you. Oh, yeah, no. That's the only thing that my postman can find to deliver to my house is bills or my friend's Lazada packages. I never get anything decent sent to my house. That's... Oh, yeah, I was reading about the riot-y thing. That's... because the truckers went on strike and they've blocked the border or something, haven't they? It's the main bridge into the States or something? In and out of the States? Is that right? Thinking martial law to get their supply chain open. Wow. You should petition your prime minister to refund you, or the trucker company should issue refunds, compensation for all of the people that had to pay for a propane bill. I can turn the music down a little bit, not the problem there. There you go. Hopefully that's better. No problem at all. Yep, talk to MP. I'm still quiet, but it helps. I can turn the mic up a bit, and I'm literally not far from chewing it off mic stand. I'm sat up. I'm sat up straight. Sat in front of it. So I could try and turn the mic up, but it is quite peaking in the yellow. There you go. That might be a bit better. That's okay. I don't want it over peaking there. So I'm just coming up into the yellow on most of talking, so it should be okay. Hopefully. No, I don't want to mess with the settings too much, but it's fine. I'll sit forward a little bit closer to the mic. So what started off the whole strike thing in Canada? And what's it all about? Is it about taxes or job losses or what? Because I only saw a little bit on Twitter. Really, vaccines en masse? Oh, okay. Yeah, but you know what? It's. I mean, I don't want to get into too much because everybody's got their own belief and understanding, and I'm aware of that. But it's not just your body, your choice, because those choices do affect other people in some ways. And here we have no choice. You have to. Otherwise, you're talking up to almost $1,000 fine. Yeah. It's always a tough one. It's generally why I don't like politics, because it is very divisive. Same as religion, but religion to me is a scam. But anyway, that's any of them. not just one. I'm very universal in my condemnation of religions. No, well, it's like anything, Alki. It's anything like that would be made political because it offers a chance of control and power, which unfortunately is more of a human thing rather than a political thing, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's just my views on it. It is more of a control / power / money making thing. Yeah, no, exactly. And especially over here, it's making lots of government people lots of money over here, allegedly, because this is on the internet, and I don't want to get sued for whatever it is I'll get sued for. Even though it is my opinion and I'm entitled to one, I'm not allowed to express it publicly, apparently. Or do a TripAdvisor review and be honest in the TripAdvisor review, allegedly. So that's one of the joys of living in such a democratic country. It's not. No PJs. And Beta was better quality, but just got outmarketed. And I remember both. And I actually had a Betamax machine and a VHS machine, and Beta was definitely the better quality. It just got outmarketed. Two. Number 2 pencil. Not 2H, not 2B. 2B's too dark and soft. I prefer a harder pencil. The PJs are annoying. I think it was superseded. The number 1 pencil was superseded by the number 2 pencil. Right, so now I need to go to the shop, correct? So I can't use this gun. Where's the shop? Go to the shop. So this is our gun, isn't it? The Prime Vista, whatever the hell it is. No, the Prime Vista's the first one, which is rubbish. Let's grab the freebie. Buy it. Okay, and then I need to equip it, don't I? Okay. No, I have $2,000. But I don't know which gun is mine. Oh, I can buy it. We're on the Pro one, aren't we? This one. Yeah. Alright, I'll just buy that. Are we on the Pro or are we on the 3000? Now I feel like a power washer person. Oh, pew pew. Now I feel like a professional. I mean, I'm kind of thinking the mayor's a jerk as well because he won't let me through, and like I'm having to stick this through the window to do the cleaning, which is a bit of a jerk move on his part. Especially if he wants a good job. Oh, it's eggs? I thought it was paint. Yeah, that's a lot of eggs. Somebody really doesn't like it. This mayor seems to have an awful lot of good things. I'm suspecting he may be corrupt. So I've got to go and do his boat later as well. He doesn't pay much either, by the way. I mean, $350. That's a big mansion that needs cleaning. You'd think, you know. And he'll probably just charge it to the city anyway. Oh, I don't think I didn't see you up there. Exactly. Charges the city more than he pays us. That would be a typical politician move. UK politicians got into a lot of trouble for that sort of thing. Oh, wait. I saw that. And on this side. Nope. Well, it would definitely be a lot easier if I could get into the house to clean, but you know, guy's a jerk. I mean, obviously he's a jerk, otherwise he wouldn't got egged. Might be a generalization. But I'm thinking a fair one. Exactly. Although I'd probably tell him where to shove his house if he wanted to charge me for the privilege of cleaning it. I'd probably tell him where to shove it. I had a boss once. I worked in a restaurant. And I used to have to. I worked in the bar restaurant. So I'd managed the bar. And it was quite a posh restaurant. But I used to have to come in and clean the fire out and clean the ashes out, prep the fire because they had two wood fires, and so I'd have to do all of that and then clean all the bar, stock all the bar, and clean all the floor. And he called me boy a lot. Not a big fan of that in general. And one time I was cleaning the floor, and apparently he wasn't happy with how I was doing it. I can't remember what happened. And in the end, I just threw the dirty floor water all over his feet and his Italian loafers, and just walked out. I'd had enough, really. For boys, and I know it's not overly insulting. Pretty neat. Yeah. Oh, we did it. Cleaned his house for him. But apparently I got banned. He wouldn't even let me back in again to collect my wages. I got banned from the pub. Apparently he was scared. I'm gonna turn it off. I leave it turned on. Then I can do this. Just leave it turned on. Don't need to do anything. I mean, I will. Have to. Makes things a lot easier. Why would you doodle on horses? I like carousels. Speedway was my favourite thing at the fair. And that thing that used to spin round and round and round and round and stick into the sidewalls, and it would go like straight up and down. Need the rest of this to be clean before I clean the horses. Oh, okay. I feel like I'm getting less spray from the from the gun with the big extension thing. Don't want it. Get off. Yeah, I was. Speedway was definitely one of my fun rides at the old fairgrounds that used to come around. And the waltzes. Been a while since I've been to a fair though. I mean they have fairs here in Thailand, but they tend to be like a million food stalls and then a pretty girl sitting above a dunk tank, and then all the guys come and throw balls at a target and dunk the pretty girl into the water. That for some reason that one is always really popular among all the Thai guys. I pressed the button. F, switch carousel on, switch carousel off. Big red button. Did you not see that button, Three Ponies? That might have made this a lot harder for you than it needed to be. I just imagine you running around chasing a horse. You cleaned it while it was running? Wow, dude. I admire your tenacity. I mean, even I noticed there was a button there. Just saying. Mind you, it probably was about 4 o'clock in the morning from what you were saying, so you may have an excuse. Yeah, it needed to be automated. I mean, my initial thought was I could just stand there and it would go around and I'd be able to clean it, but then I realized quickly that I wouldn't be able to. I was sad. I would think people would get motion sickness from the cleaning of things, from this action, rather than things moving around. You've Pavlov dogged me, haven't you? You've just literally, you've trained me to be aversioned. I don't even know what the word would be now. Aversion to creeper noise. Doesn't matter what the game is. Just, I mean, I guess in real life, if ever there's a creeper that walks up behind me, I'll be safe. So that's good. Kevin, yes, I'm not a power washer. I'm a power washer's son. Well, I'm going to have to clean your helter-skelter now, aren't I? In that case. You're going to be so impressed with my cleaning. I mean, who would want to get onto this carousel? In all reality, would you get on this carousel? No. You will have to clean. You'll be like, damn, my helter-skelter's all dirty now. I should clean it. And I'll charge you more. Yeah, Pavlov's cat had him trained to answer the bell. Exactly. Because that's what cats do. They train their owners. You know, mine. She jumps on me in the middle of the night, and she wants a stroke and attention and everything, which is fine. You know, just whatever. But then I stroke her, and then she drools on me. It's not right. I shouldn't have a drooling cat. I've never had a drooling cat before. I don't know if it's normal or if my cat's broken. It does it a lot, Alki. It's like, it's not just a small amount of drool either. It's a large amount of drool. Like, literally, like, it just keeps dropping onto you. Not a pleasant sensation. You know, like half asleep, she jumps on you, so you're like, okay, I'll stroke your head, come here, I'll give you a little bit of a stroke and a love, and then bleh, drool. And then she just goes, ew, you're all covered in drool, so I'm just going to get off now. That cat, appreciate that. I guess it shows she loves me. I'm easily pleased. We are going to have to clean the house, skelter, aren't we? You got a drop of cat drool in your eye and it swelled up like you were punched. Jesus, what's in the cat drool? Also, ew. That's just nasty. Oh, you're allergic. Ah. I mean, I definitely would not like cat drool in my face. Definitely not in my eye. I don't know about being allergic to it, but I would definitely not. It's the thing I would not like to have happen to me. Are you allergic to cats in general? You can't be. Just allergic to cat drool. Oh. That's very brave of you, being allergic to cats and then actually having a kitty as well. Alright. This will be the last one for the day. Got a feeling this one will be a bit of a pain in the butt, but anyway. Your body gets used to them. You took a few months of sneezing and runny noses. Wow. That is dedication. I mean, people try and tell me I'll get used to vegetables, but if I need to get used to it, no, thank you. I don't want it. It means I don't like it. Oh, you'll get used to the taste. No, I don't want to. I have to get used to the taste. It means the first thing that I thought when I tasted it was like, this is not nice. No, if I catch the people who are doing this graffiti, I will be very cross with them. And I'm not being very methodical in my cleaning, which is going to come back and bite me. Get used to. Ring married. No, but I don't want to. Yeah, but that's kind of different. And that's a choice, isn't it? Please check my job planner as a matter of urgency. I don't think that spraying water onto light bulbs is a smart idea. I'm trying to do this segment by segment and failing badly. No, eating veggies, not some, not many, not really. Probably why I didn't grow up to be big and strong. Although I did drink milk, I do like cold milk. It has to be really cold, not with ice in, but cold milk. Warm milk? No, that's just terrible. Yeah, I knew this was going to have a lot of fiddly little bits in it. You don't like milk? Oh, a nice strawberry milkshake made from ice cream as well. There's an ice cream shop in my mum and dad's town. We've been going there, well, my entire life, I think. We've been going there. It's on the seafront, and it's been there forever. Best ice cream. So tasty. They've won awards for it. You put ice cream in your milkshake instead of milk. Ice cream and cream even. And just to get the liquidness, just put some ice cubes in and blend that up. All ice cream would make a very nice milkshake. This is a very dirty carousel. But this whole town is disgusting. I should move to a nicer town that isn't so anti-cleaning. Pretty gross. I mean, we could blame it on the volcano. I'm starting to believe it's the inhabitants. I mean, everything they own is kind of disgusting. There's no need really. No, but I could move and I could just have normal jobs rather than these horrible skanky jobs. And maybe they would value me more. There are a lot of people getting motion sick from the game. don't know. I mean, the mayor just paid me $350 to clean his entire mansion. That didn't seem like a good payment. But I guess that I am being employed by the county to clean things. So wow, really? Bloody hell. I can see it maybe on this one for sure because it's round, like because of the shape and everything. You can see how that would induce it. Yeah, well, hopefully they won't need to change too much. Be a shame because I'm enjoying playing it. It would be a shame if they needed to change too much of the game. In your hoofs. These poles are going to be hard to clean. No, these are very rare now. These carousels like this, you don't. Before they were all the horses were hand carved. Traditionally, hand carved and hand painted. Made from wood. But I guess all the modern ones now would just be like a cast plastic or something, which is a bit sad. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Didn't think about the fact that the poles would be going up and down. That makes a lot of sense. Well, we've still got the outside poles to do as well. Like these things. These are not all done yet, but I think we're good on the majority of the roof. I mean, I know we've got to do the outside roof as well. But we should be able to get most of the inside of the carousel done before worrying about it too much. Clean all this off, make sure these are all done. I think we're going to need to do those from the outside. I'm still enjoying the game though, but is there a lot to do after this? I mean, we haven't done the space shuttle, we haven't done, what else was in the rockety thing? Still plenty to do. That's good value for money then. I didn't think there'd be much more to do, to be honest. Got the plane, we've got the executive plane to do. I remember seeing that on that lady's stream. Whose name I can never remember and I feel really bad. I want to say Firefly, but I'm probably wrong. I get confused when people put numbers in names and stuff. Something fairy, fair, or... Who did we go and raid? I can't remember now. She was lovely. I like raiding people. The slide, the bathroom, the boat. Oh, I don't think we've done the temple yet. The boat I definitely haven't done. We did the RV. Firehouse, RV. Is it random or is there a particular order that it goes in? Yeah, the plane I know we haven't done yet. Helicopter obviously because that was this time. Firehouse, shoe, pre-house thingy. The shoe house. And there was another weird cottage house thing that you said was full of bank robbers. There is an order, yeah. They put a lot of thought into it though. There's a lot of cool models that they've made to clean. Yeah, at the beginning there was like the little car and the motorbikes and a few of the smaller jobs that were open, but now these tend to be like the larger jobs, and then every now and again you'll get a couple of little ones chucked in. Pretty cool, huh? They definitely spent time with the modelling, which I like. Make sure we get all of these in the middle. Yeah, see, this one's not done. That is... No, this one's not. New, we'd need to do the underneath. Cool. These are all done. Done. They're all fine. They're all done. Cool. Same issue. Pole's gonna be pain in the what's it. All done. It's done. panels not done? Ah, no. Missing sections again. All good. All good. I'm guessing it's going to be easier to do the horses when everything's moving. But we can get most of the crap off, probably. And the carousel platform's not done yet, or the inner platform. Alright. We're definitely missing some parts then. Try and get this thing cleaned out properly. Yeah, I mean the horses we can get by crouching down, I think. Pretty much clean all of them. Clean their little feet. There we go. I do like the oh, we've got to do the roof yet, haven't we? Oh, that's just made me sad. Okay. I keep thinking, oh, we're not too far off, we're nearly finished this. Fine. I don't want to be too late tonight. We had a very long stream yesterday and I was absolutely shattered today. I'm really not thinking I'm going to last 12 hours, you know. I'll do my best. I really don't know if I will be able to last that long. But I will definitely do my best, and I'll have to make sure I have plenty of drinks and snacks and light beverages and other things. I did promise, and I will try. I mean, I'm already going to get up. I'm thinking I'm going to try and get up at 7. Thinking I'm going to try and get up at 7. There's no guarantees, but if I do 7 in the morning, then it's 7 at night for everybody else, and I'll be finished at 7 at night. And if I'm not absolutely brain dead, stupidly tired, then me and the girlfriend will have a bit of time to do something for my birthday. Jack comes first. Don't tell her I said that. That's fine. I'll probably say some of it. Did I say that out loud? She's like, do your birthday stream and earn some money. Go and be entertaining, be funny. Get some more follower people. Yeah, I'm probably just getting tired. I am sat up straight, and I have the mic right in front of me. I am super quiet again. No, I'm right in front of the mic again. I haven't moved it or anything. Horses. Clean. Holes clean. Maybe we just got the ceiling? Oh god, no. So much stuff. I do start slouching. We've got so much things, so many things. Look at all the things we have to clean. And the pole ring. So many things to clean. That's the whole ring. I've just I've just been all the way around it. How can that not be clean now? How can that not be clean now? Center pole ring. Okay, this is going to take forever. Center pole topper. Oh. I don't understand. I've just cleaned this whole thing like how many times? Okay. Horse rod tops. These. Rod tops. These bits. These bits, or is it these bits? Why would you? I mean, why would you? You're a sick person for making that separate. Which one's dirty? Right. Horse rods, 1 of 8. Clean. But the rods you said do last, that's fine. Canopy cresting frames. Yeah, that's really hope I don't know why I don't like using the scaffolding. I think it's just faffy. But I'm going to need to use the scaffolding because I'm not 7 foot tall. And this is not working. Cleaning paper or plastic, and it has a backside as well. It depends. 3 points. Depends on what you're talking about. If it's bags, paper bags are kind of good because they recycle, but I don't know if they're strong enough. And I've never really been shopping anywhere that had paper bags. That always felt like a TV American thing to me. But I've always remembered plastic bags. But plastic is bad for the environment. Although now what they've done here is they've replaced the free plastic bag with a plastic bag that you buy. So now the shops are making even more money, and it's, guess recyclable plastic, but maybe not. Now you have to pay for the privilege of having it. This is going to have loads of fancy bits on that all going to need cleaning, isn't it? So I should just get the scaffolding, which is right here. Cloth bags. Cloth bags are good. The problem is that I literally every time I go shopping, I forget the bags, so I end up buying more reusable bags. So I've got millions of them. Probably not millions, to be fair. I've got a lot of them. Well, yeah, but then I've got to, you know, there's all the, yeah. No, I just forget. So I have a recycle bag full of recycling bags. I should just put it by the front door when I go out. And I did have some in the car, but now I've rented the car out. So, but I did have some in the car, so they were always in there whenever I did shopping. It would always be in the car, ready to have stuff put in them. So I did have some planning. Not a total idiot, despite what people might or might not think. Cat loves to lay on and tear up the paperback. Naughty cat. My cat doesn't do many cat things. I think she's broken. In a cone or just in a bowl? Ponies, that makes a difference. In a cone, the soft serve's quite nice, but that stuff like the Mr. Whippy that comes out of a machine. Whatever that would be. Waffle cone. Alki wants the hard stuff. I hope she's still talking about ice cream. Your ice cream never makes it to a bowl or a cone. Yeah, I mean, that's why it comes in those tubs, right? So you can just eat it out the tub. Look how faffy this is. out. Oh, wrong key again. Drink. Faffy. Faffy means like intricate and annoying. Like it takes a lot of messing around to try and do it. Faffing. You have to faff around. Lots of faffing around. You can't just do something simply. An English word. So like this has got lots of piddly little bits, like lots of annoying little nooks and crannies that you have to make sure you get all of them, otherwise it's not going to be clean. Butterscotch. Steaks. Plain steak or rib steak? I prefer the rib steak. It's not all about her, you know. Jeez, God. It is 2017. Cool. What? It's about both parties. Both parties should be equally happy. I think that's fair. Legacy Dragon Boy. I'm not that bad. So I have been watching a lot of oh, what's it called? Oh my god. It's got Leonard and Raj and Penny in it, TV show. American TV sitcom thing. Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory. I've been watching that because it makes me chuckle. And while I am shocked and appalled at what Leonard says, it also makes me chuckle. Well, thanks for making me feel old there, Alki. Your parents like that show. That doesn't make me feel old at all. Your father thinks you're like Penny? I'm sure he loves you. And she's a lovely person. She's very caring and kind. And I'm sure he loves you. No matter what. I mean, Penny's nice. She's lovely. She has, you know, like the same as everybody. There are the swings and roundabouts and good and bad things. She does like to drink, and then she gets, shall we say, socially active when she drinks. But she's got a very big heart and she takes care of everybody. No, you shouldn't yell at him because she is a lovely person. And she puts up with four very geeky blokes who have no idea how to interact with the female species. And she puts up with them very well. She's the glue that keeps them all together. Aw, you are like Penny. Aw. You're the glue that binds the community together. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, kind of. It's a good show. It's funny. It's a dated show. It's pretty dated now. I mean, not overly dated. It's been much worse. Like, don't go back and watch Airwolf or Blue Thunder, for example, or the A-Team. None of those hold up. They were my children's TV entertainment. You vaguely remember the A-Team show. That's it. I'm gonna quit streaming. I'm gonna retire. Get my pension. It was a nice helicopter though. There was one I used to watch called Auto Car, maybe? It was Auto Car. And you had a little, it could basically draw itself into different things. It had a little bite thing. Oh, thank you very much for whatever needed to be deleted there. I appreciate that quick action. Ah. No, we've already talked about being famous. Been getting a lot of strange messages coming lately, haven't we? And thank you guys for monitoring them and getting rid of them. Oh, wait. Infamous, maybe. I don't know about famous, and I'm definitely not rich. I mean, I'm gonna pull my teeth out rather than pay for getting root canal because it's cheaper. And I like soup. Soup's nice. Soup's good. Twitch bots, exactly. Well, we've been getting a lot of views, but the views are bots basically. They're not viewers. Like if I look at the stats after the stream, we'll get like 200 and something views, but I know we haven't had that many people watch it. So they're all robots. Robots for what? I don't know, but it's all robots. Two-sided? That's just one piece. That's two-sided. That's just really horrible and mean. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 500 views, 13 max. Exactly. Maybe that means 500 people came in and went, "Oh my god, this is a load of crap," and then left. Ow. Steam builder. Yay! If you look at the numbers, you will go absolutely crazy. If you freak out on all the numbers and everything. Right, what do we need to clean? Horse rods. Too bad. Pole bases. Okay, pole bases. Are these? Yeah, you'll just go no. You just use them as a guideline. I mean, I use like Twitch Tracker and Sully Gnome as a guideline, just to see if I'm still kind of trending upwards-ish, and then to see if there's something. Like I use it like if I'm picking a new game, I'll look at the game and see A, if it's a game that I want to play, and then B, if it's something that is of interest to people watching it. I mean, after all, that is why we're doing what we're doing, as well as words. What are the words I'm looking for? As well as playing games, we also want people to watch us play games. Yeah, none of them are flashing anymore. Questing trims. What are the questing trims? No, because I can just press right click. I learnt from the other day where I don't need to actually press and hold the mouse button all the time. Been learning things. No, that's that one. I use the right mouse button. Questions suck because they're two-sided, but hopefully we'll. Questions and question frame. Be that one. That one we're gonna need. Can we use the ladder for that? Left side of the road. Why would you drive on the wrong side of the road? Left side is the right side. Okay, and now the horse rods. And then we'll be done with this one, I think. Okay. Go inside. Oh, I'm just... What, it doesn't go up and down? I thought it went up and down. Don't the horses go up and down? Yeah, they do, look. I've got to catch them when they're dirty. And they could be dirty at the top or the bottom. How do we know? There we go. They go up, they go down. Exactly. We did a good job. Well, it's 11:30, so we won't be doing another one tonight. Stacy Peachy says the carousel looks incredible. The others are going to lose it when they see it. I can practically smell all that hard cash in my hands already. Thank you so much. Well, we earned $500, but we did spend 2,000 on a pole. We have a drill. It's in the garage. The drill is in the garage. It's not a big one. It shouldn't take too long. rusty though, isn't it? So it will take longer. I don't think it'll take too long though. Well, I can't play Powerwasher and then finish when we say we're going to finish, can I? I mean, that's not how Powerwasher works, is it? You have to play just one more. There's always just one more. I mean, look at Three Ponies. He was going to bed, and then next thing you know, he's playing Powerwasher for 12 hours. A single track of dirt, and you can't find one of those tracks. Ah, great. Now you just made me really regret my decision. But this is why you go about it logically. And you take it section at a time. You go at it from all angles. You have to get the back of the belt. Do you think that maybe the people that designed this game were sadistic, slightly? You know what the difference between sadism and masochism is? Masochist says beat me, and a sadist says no. That's about the only joke. No. It's not really appropriate. Don't know many appropriate jokes. I have to go inside the machine and clean the inside, don't I? That's almost a dad joke. These are individual sections. All three heights, all the nozzles numerous times. Are you going to be sad if I get it first time? I mean, the chances of me getting this first time are going to be slim to none, I'm sure, but... You'll be happy for me, sad for you. Aww. Do you think dad jokes, you only get to learn dad jokes when you become a dad? Or do you think it comes with age? Or do you think that with age you tend to become a dad, so... You can't hop on and help me. Besides not being on Steam for like 7 months or whatever it said. Oh, is it not on Steam anymore? Ooh. It is one of the... These are individual pieces. That's not annoying at all. Okay, mistakes were made. I should never have started. You alright there, Green? this is yeah. All these little individual parts are going to be quite frustrating to get, I think. Oh, behind? How are you supposed to get behind there? Well, I am just playing Stream, so I'm, you know, just doing what I normally do with streams and stuff. So, say some people enjoy it, some people don't. I'm sorry if you're not. I did do an L for you before. So I just play and people point out what I can and can't do, and if it helps, that's great. If I want advice, I'll take it. If I don't, I won't. So, like I said, this is all relatively new to me, so I'm hopefully doing okay. The people that seem to be here on a regular basis seem to be thinking I'm doing okay, so again, sorry if you're not enjoying it. Oh, I'm a long way from 1,000 followers. I think it would be nice to hit 1,000 followers, but I don't think I'll be there anytime soon. A lot more for me to do there. I need to learn a lot more about things. James, how are you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you, James. Welcome in, my man. How's things going? I mean, I'm still learning. There's so much to learn. Today's doctor's appointment. Well, hopefully it goes well. Fingers crossed for you. Yeah, I was visiting dentist last week. I went back because I had a crown fall out, and they're like, well, you kind of need to do a root canal, and then you kind of need to do another root canal, so you need to do 2 root canals, and then you need to have a crown fitted on both of them. So I was like, oh great, that's fantastic. But hopefully your doctor's appointment will go better than my dentist appointment did. It doesn't hurt, mate. This is the stupid thing. The crown, I knew I had an issue, 2 years ago, but I was actually flying out to the UK when it happened, so they put a temporary filling on, and I completely forgot all about it. So they're like, oh, well, this is a 2-year-old crown that we haven't fixed, that we still need to fix. I'm like, well, it hasn't hurt for 2 years, so do we really need to mess around with it? That's the way I'm looking at it, and like the fill-in's still fine, temporary crown cap thing's still fine. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, but apparently she said no, can't do that. I'm like, oh man. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. So. But yeah, luckily I'm not in any pain with it, so that's good news. Captain Chris, thank you for following. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Welcome in. I hope you're well. I think this is the first time you've been in, isn't it? I appreciate you following. Hopefully you've been enjoying watching. If you've been watching, a bit of power washing madness. We're just finishing off for the night though, because it's getting late my time. I am good, thank you. I'm good. It's coming up to 12 o'clock midnight my time, so I normally finish at 11, but as always with Powerwasher, there's always just one more job to do, isn't there? One more thing to do. So, but no, we're good. A nice chilled relaxing stream today. Been fun. And after yesterday with the chaos of the machines that we were doing, you're here for the satisfaction. Well, hopefully you will get it. It is nice when it goes ping. You got a car and a bird cage if I want another one. Well, in real life, mate, I power washed. I don't know if I told everybody, but I was power washing my front yard outside. We're in a rented house, and I thought, oh, I'll just give the walls a bit of a spray down, and it just power blasted off all of the paintwork. So I ended up going from just power washing the floor to power washing all of the paintwork off to get rid of all the other loose paint, and then painting the entire yard. So it went from a quick 5-minute job to oh my god, I've got to redecorate the entire yard. I was not happy. But a bird cage doesn't sound too bad. And it's definitely less than cat poop. So I mean, I'm cleaning cat poop every day from my cat litter. Not my personal cat litter. I do have a toilet. I don't just poop in a litter tray, because that would be very strange. But I do have a cat. So there are times where it cleaned out daily. So yeah, what have we done today? This is the third job today, I think. We finished the tree house. Got quite a bit of doing. It was a little bit frustrating and annoying. But we finished the tree house, and then we had a helicopter. We did the big rescue fire helicopter thing. And then we had the mayor's house. He wouldn't let us in, so we had to shoot through the fence. But that did mean we got the extension on the power washer for this, which was good. And then is that it? Helicopter. Oh, and then this. So only a few today. Yeah, the treehouse is a lovely model. It's a really nice model, but the rafters are a pain in the all the trim underneath the decking. It's a bit of a pain in the butt. But it's a really nice treehouse. I would be happy to have that in my garden. I know that. Slow and steady wins the race for sure. You kind of get the water behind all the tracks. I'm not sure what we've got left to do. Got to make sure the angle of the dangle's right, as they say. I think we're looking pretty good. What, we're 99% clean? Just that 1% left. Where do you think that 1% is going to be? There we go, tucked in down here. Any more? Isn't any there? Can't go inside, can we? So it's not like an inside piece. There. In there somewhere. I think this will be the last part of it. No. Clean, 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 clean. All of that's all clean. That's all clean. That's good. It's wheeled. On our box. Not happy about something in there. Oh, wrong button again, drink. Rotate. good. That's good. That's good. Check. So caterpillar tread. Rear door frame. It's not happy with the door frame. It's not happy with the shieldings. Oh, look. Just missed a bit on the edges. Tomorrow I will be doing Minecraft, I'm afraid. Tomorrow. But on my birthday stream, which will be on Monday, I'm going to do a 12-hour birthday stream. Will probably be either 7 in the morning or 10 in the morning Thai time. So 7 or 10 night time for most people, I would guess. I would be playing there. Minecraft at the moment, unfortunately, because we're playing on the community server, we are limited space-wise, and we are full at the moment because we've only just started with the server. It's the first server I've run, but sorry about that, Captain Chris. Apologies, but if we do get more ability for more servers, then more people on the server, then we would definitely have you on if you're part of the community and in Discord and all that sort of fun stuff. Right, well, okay, okay, and the wheel drive. Which wheel drive is it? Oh, not. But hopefully if things keep going well, there we go, we did it. Hopefully if things keep going well, then we'll be expanding on the server and we'll be able to have more people on and stuff. It'd be really nice to do. It'd be nice to be able to grow the community as well. There we go, that wasn't too bad. Nice easy one. So yeah, that looks like it's going to take forever. Temple. Animal Farm Muckingham in the temple. I am going to end it there for tonight because it is 12 o'clock midnight for me and I've kind of gone on for an hour longer than I normally do. Is there anybody that we know that we can go and raid? Let's have a look, see if anybody on that we know. Orange is offline. No one that I know. Is anyone playing Powerwash? Nobody's live at the moment, I don't think. Oh, look. Oh, we've got a couple of people. Storm Dudley's on the way. Doesn't sound promising, does it? Don't let me ponies see. Have a good night, James. Thank you very much for popping in as well. It's lovely to see you in here, and I really appreciate you being in. And thank you for the biddies as well. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. No problem. I think we'll call it tonight because there's not anybody that I really know. So as always, I really appreciate you guys being in here. APOC and Alki and Three Ponies, thank you so much for chatting and for modding and everything. James, thanks for popping in. Captain Chris, thank you very much for the follow and for popping in. Gleam, also thank you for coming in and chatting. Greatly appreciate that. It's been nice to have you in here, Gleam. And we will be back. What day is it today? It is Wednesday today, so we'll be back on Thursday, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and we'll be doing some more Uncle Genny's. So it will be machines again. Hopefully I will be better at them. As always, thank you very much for a lovely stream and keeping me company, and I appreciate it. I'll put you onto the end stream. Take care, have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow, I hope. Bye bye.